Yep. Still can't go on without a botch. Anyway, hey internet. Broadcasting live from an undisclosed location somewhere at rock bottom. He is the Reverend. But you know good. Well, sorry for once again another botched opening, but at this point that's kind of to be expected here. I wasn't quite sure if I was going to be able to stream tonight, but we're going to go for it. I got the urge to draw, I got the urge to create. And I want to go ahead and get started before the creative juices suddenly drip out of my head. Recently, tonight, what I plan on drawing tonight, it's actually inspired by an illustration I'd done a while ago. I think it was over a year ago. I did a little bit of fan art for another VTuber out there named CombatCakeroll, or most people just call her Cake. She has recently updated her design, and she actually recently retweeted the illustration I did a while ago, which reminds me, I never did draw her current version, and frankly, that's my cue to fix that. I'm gonna fix that. So my idea is that I'm just gonna go ahead and try another little something I've never done before. This new version of Cakeroll is like a time traveling like space bear. And if I was gonna do this right, I wanted to make sure the background was pretty cool. So I had this idea of drawing Cakeroll with a wormhole in the background. Now, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to pull this off, but if it's one thing I really need to stop doing, it's second guessing myself and constantly wondering, like, can I do this? There's only one way to find out. So, with that said, it's time to find out. So, let's just dive in. Right. So as always, we're going to just start the pose. I do apologize, it looks like I'm trying to go fast on this. It's partly because I am. I won't deny it. But it's mainly because I have the idea in my head and I don't want to lose it. But just on the off chance I do lose something, I do have my references at the ready. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and just zoom out a little bit, so I don't super focus on one thing. I'm just gonna block everything in real quick. It's gonna be a little awkward. I just noticed, no matter how many times I think I'm getting used to it, I'm still not used to the idea of drawing with just one eye. Thankfully, I got an appointment with the one who did the operation coming next week. And with that, I'll be able to finally see if we're good to go with me getting some new eyewear. Since Cakeroll's a bit of a space bear, the idea is she's going to be kind of floating in space. And there's going to be a wormhole in the background. That was the idea in my head. comes the part where I start kind of second guessing myself already. I had a pose in my head, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, should we try to get a little more dynamic with it? Block out where the ribs are so I can kind of get this. Block out kind of what I'm trying to do. See if I want to pull something like this. I might be trying to do a little too much in one go. Yeah, I think we'll stick with what we originally had. Just be on the safe side. Much like what happened in the one I did a few days ago, we're going to make an extra layer and just start illustrating the limbs by themselves. If I try to connect the limbs here on the same layer, I'm definitely gonna confuse myself. So I'm just going to go ahead and build them here. Also, if something doesn't go right, I don't have to run the risk of erasing something I don't want to erase. This also gives me an opportunity to practice making sure I build the shapes of everything properly. Sometimes when I make these limbs, they don't appear just right. So I'm gonna take my time. I'm not doing this necessarily to hide the feet. It's mainly because I don't have a lot of good reference pictures of Cake's actual outfit, because I'm basing everything on her outfit, one of her several different color schemes. But this might just be because my one inhibited eyeball right now. But I'm having trouble really getting a good look at what the shoes look like. The shoes, they're very dark. They're very dark, and I can't quite tell what those are supposed to be. Just gonna turn the music down a little bit. I have no idea if you guys can hear me properly. Oh, hey, and look who's here. Shinokata, how you doing? Once again, I was not sure if I was actually gonna stream tonight, but here we go. Just gonna go ahead, just stop second guessing, just like go ahead and just get it out of the way. Interesting pose. I haven't finished it yet. Our character's gonna be floating in space. And I don't mean like just empty space, I mean like outer space. Due to the fact that she's a space bear. But here, speaking of the pose, here's the part that I was kind of dreading. Gonna draw the hands in a pose that I don't think I've ever tried drawing before. Ha! No, it's not Sana. I don't think she was a bear. It's actually a VTuber that I've followed for a while now. CombatCakeroll, or just Cake for short. She about to head off. Hey, yeah, I know we have different time zones. That's all right. Just coming in to say hi, and I appreciate it. You do what you gotta do. I'll be sticking around tonight until this is done. But as always, I'll have the VOD ready in case you need to see it. I'll be saving the highlights as well. Unfortunately, thanks to Twitch constantly ruining everybody's fun, I have no idea how many more of these VODs I'll be able to save. Because now we can only have up to 100 hours at a time. So when do these guys care about saving internet space? We're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna shrink this down a little bit. We're gonna shrink both these down a little bit so we can have some room. But if that's the case, I might not have a choice. I might have to actually draw the feet. It looks good, yeah. I'm not gonna be sure. The footwear may not be as accurate as I'd like it to be, but you can still make it look good. Might be able to make this work. Okay, basic pose. I think that'll work. Let's clean up this part here. We're gonna combine these, make a new sketch layer. It's alright if it starts out a little messy, as long as I know where everything's supposed to fit. got decent rough. Now start to build it out. Now, if it's one thing, now that I think about it, cake reminds me of not in a bad way, but of the sheer almost duality of the Tubbers. Now, I've been seeing a lot of negativity lately, and that's when it comes to the Tubbers lately. Like there is someone who I will not mention, who apparently has been caught being just the worst. Which kind of reminds me of just how there are just so many just untrustworthy individuals. And there's a lot of negativity. It's really difficult to trust people. Be it in this world or in certain professions, etc., etc. And frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people getting pretty pissed off, a lot of negativity. Like, I'm surrounded by a lot of nonsense in my life, which means because of this, I have become quite the negative and pessimistic individual. And I do not, for the life of me, understand how certain people can constantly have a positive attitude about things. One of my good friends from high school has gone through even more crap than I have. And he's capable of keeping a smile on his face. I don't know how he does it. Can't say I envy him though, because honestly, when that kind of stuff happens, I question a person's sanity. It's like, are you okay? I know you're alright, but at the same time, it's like, how are you alright? How are you not pissed off? How are you not a little, irritated, bitter, vengeful, all this is that? There are a lot of people who have done awful things to other people. Things that might have happened to you, and you're just like able to smile through it. I don't, for the life of me, get how you can do that. But I don't necessarily judge. Because some people get their power, get their strength from positivity. I am most certainly not one of those people, and I don't know how you do it. Which leads me to my for the few times I've been able to catch a stream with Cakeroll. Extremely optimistic, or at the very least is trying to maintain positive vibes. If you check her Twitter, and I will link that at the end of the stream, on the off chance, because I keep thinking I'm gonna misspell it or something. But if you check her Twitter, it's usually her sending like almost aggressively positive vibes, talking about her being proud of the people around her for what they do, encouraging words for people who've been going through a lot of stuff, insisting that the people who are following her are being cared about. And there's a part of me that wants to be like, I don't believe that. Most people do have people somewhere in their life caring about them. But let's be honest, not everyone does. And when you see that kind of like positivity, I know what you're trying to do. You're just trying to to brighten someone's day, but at the same time, there's a part of me that thinks, like, you don't actually think that's the case, do you? That's just the pessimist me, I guess. I just don't see how so many people, I just don't see how a person can be that optimistic. And I think that's out of just sheer curiosity of how someone acts that way, how someone can hold on to that positivity. It's one. I think that's the big reason why I end up following her. And then stick around to finding out how goofy she can be when she's gaming. So the idea in my head was Cake basically doing this thing, this little pose with her hands, while floating in floating right outside of a wormhole. Because I think the current lore is that she's like a space bear from the future, who has been thrown back into like this time, this timeline or whatever, in an attempt to basically, I think it was just maintain a better life. I think she takes it. She's also a mother, so she took her kids with her, and they're basically, I don't know if she's gonna find a way to save her future timeline or whatever, but I don't think she's really worried about that right now. This is a tricky pose for these hands. Something like this, I think. Thank goodness we have got these extra tools when it comes to digital illustration to help us when these situations like this, huh? I'm gonna move them up a little bit. What the heck was that just now? Sorry about that. That's my phone. trickier than I thought. Sorry about that sudden pause for a minute. Like I just happened to hear the sound, and pretty sure that was my phone. I was not expecting that call. It's pretty late at night where I'm usually not taking calls, but I will contact them as soon as I take a break. It's a little too squished. Elongate it a little bit. There we go. shape's a little too wide. I want to slim it down just a little bit. There we go. Clean it up a little bit. Might want to have erased a little more than that before combining all those layers, but it's okay. Look at it. I think we can make this work. So let's get started on building everything out. Starting with the hair. Real quick so I know where those are. Since she's going to be floating in space, this hair is going to have to be a little flowy, extra flowy. Big old bear ears. It's gonna be a little messy, but I think we can make it work. At this point, I'm not even sure if I'm thinking, if I'm just kind of on autopilot right now. How long is her hair again? All the way to the tailbone. All the way to the tailbone. Not really feeling. I think I might have to take it down a little bit. This whole picture might need to be shrunk down a little bit more. Let's go for that and see how it looks. It's like the more I draw, the more I think I need it. We can make this work. It's gonna look janky at first, but once I start to clean up, everything's gonna look a hell of a lot better. Granted, this will require me to do a lot of peeking over to the side to make sure the reference it matches the reference, because there are little bits and pieces here that might not look that accurate if I'm not too careful. A little bit. You know, no, I'm not gonna erase this. I'm gonna put a mask on it, so in case I need to see something later, I can just bring it back in. Don't want to jump the gun and erase anything too soon, you know. Now I'll start slowly building out the outfit. And just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna draw the parts that are already covered up with the hands and the arms and everything. You never know, I might have to change the pose altogether anyway, so just gonna be careful, just be on the safe side. only semi-attached sleeves. Not gonna be able to see the forearms in a way. So it'd be like right over here. This part's still gonna be a little confusing because it's in a particular type of pose that I'm not used to. So I'm like, am I even drawing this properly, or? So we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to redraw this to be on the safe side. Got the basic gist of it. So something along the lines of this. The more I look at the actual outfit, the more confusing it is to me. Some of the outfit looks like it doesn't properly connect. So, apologies in advance to Cake when she sees this, but I'm gonna have to take a little bit of creative freedom here, take a few creative liberties to make sure some of this outfit makes sense. Granted, it's mainly the reference I have is her actual VTuber model, and just by the and as someone who made his own, I can tell you, like, the way we separate the parts so we can get these things to move, it can lead to some really confusing results. There's nothing really wrong with hers, it's just the outfit is confusing me because I'm trying to figure out what's connected and what's not. Even though it's a very sleek and simple outfit, some things just don't seem to really make a lot of sense. I think it's mainly because I just have no idea what the material is. Also, there's some noticeable, like, belts and connections that just, like, I'm trying to figure out exactly what that was supposed to be. It's gonna make sense. You'll see exactly what I mean by what's confusing when you see the end result. Right now I'm blocking out the initial outfit and trying to make sure I get everything. Some of this, I'm not sure if I'm going to get it just right. Thankfully, there's a part that's really like detailed that in this pose I probably won't have to worry about because the knees will be in the way. Silver lining for drawing a pose I'm not familiar with, I guess. This buckle needs to be a little higher. For the sake of these low-waisted shorts she's got. This is going to be tricky. This is some very short pants. Might need to take a little bit of creative freedom again just to keep this safe for Twitch, because I just realized the compromising angle. That'll do. Little crease here. There's a crease in front. I don't know if there's going to be a crease in the back, but we're going to add that. Right leg is mostly bare, but the left leg's got this legging. So we're going to go ahead and sketch that out. A little bit of shading to remind us that it's there. Both legs have garters. Especially, but this one has a holster with a knife, so we're gonna and just based on the character, I know there's some squish here, so we're gonna add a little bit of that. I think we'll skip the knife for now. It's not really much of a need for it in this particular picture. I think we'll skip it. But unfortunately, we will not be able to skip the boots. We have to draw those. Then again, there are two different color schemes. I don't know if I want to do one with 2 leggings or one with 2 socks. You know what? We'll mix the two. There's one with a full legging, and we'll add one on the right hand. On the left leg, there's the full legging. on the right leg, we're gonna add the sock. Yeah, alright, now I'm gonna try to draw these boots, but I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna get it just right. These pictures are kinda hard to see it. But we're gonna try. Can't get away from the drawing the footwear, so let's just do what we can and hope it works. Draw a little bit of flap from the boot from on the right side. Yeah, it's not that bad. Not that bad. Alright, right now I'm just going ahead and organize my layers. Take everything we got, duplicate, take the parts that are going to be blocked off. Erase. Oof. I honestly, goodness, cannot see that. So I'm going to go ahead take that pose sketch that I just made. There we go. Take the hair, change that into this color, so I can get a better look, see better. Oof. Man, I was sketchier than I thought I was. It's okay. Still make this work. It's time to do a little bit of extra cleanup, and then we'll take this into a completely different. We're gonna take this into a completely different layer. We're just gonna start really cleaning things up. This is why we use as many layers as necessary, and why we save often. Some of this is probably not going to look that good, but it's okay. One and two. And we're going to duplicate them one last time, and we're going to combine these. Now for the cleanup. Now we're going to take everything we've got so far and we are going to start really, not necessarily finalizing it, but really cleaning up so I know exactly where the lines need to be. So basically a more refined sketch. Normally I just clean it up, take everything I've got and just clean the sketch up from there, but I was a little too messy. So I'm just going to go ahead and just make a brand new sketch. This shouldn't take too long. I might need to take a break a little earlier than usual, than the last stream. I'm not exactly expecting an important call. At least not yet. I was expecting it tomorrow, but caught me by surprise, so I need to contact and let them know we can reconnect. Also, even though I am taking some creative liberties in some of this, I still nonetheless wish to be as accurate as possible, which means some of this needs to be redone anyway, particularly the face. I want to fix that. I want to fix what I'm working on with the face before we start fixing those hands. You know, behind the scenes, it's been a really busy, rough and busy week so far. Even when I got time off, even if I do have time off of my usual work, I still got so much stuff I have to do. Certain business ventures, projects that I haven't really disclosed anywhere. It's a good thing I have insomnia because I really do not have a lot of time to sleep. I got a feeling I won't be getting much time to sleep for the foreseeable future. face. And it's not that there was anything necessarily wrong with how I drew it, it's just that there was a noticeable lack of detail where there should be. Actually, no. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna take. No, we're gonna do something. We're gonna take all that, put that in a set. We're gonna take that and put that in a separate layer. Eyes are pretty big, but not that big. Pupils, at least. Also, Cake has a lot of noticeable lashes, so this is it's gonna be a little difficult to do this justice. Just gotta stay diligent, gotta stay calm, I'm gonna be alright. I really hate the fact that I constantly panic about my own work. I don't get a lot of negative feedback, honestly. But I keep feeling that it's coming. Just a moment. I want to compare this to some. The style I'm drawing is going to be a bit of a mix of things. Like I'm gonna stay as accurate as possible as I can to the original, the original design, but I at the same time want to put just a little bit of a spin on it. Nothing against the original design. It's just that there are certain features I keep wanting to soften a little bit because it's just more of the way I draw certain characters. So I'm gonna try this without messing up one very important aspect. And that aspect being that Cake doesn't need to look too young. She needs to look just the right age because she's technically a mother. We don't want to give off certain vibes that she became a mother like way too early. Then again, it won't be that easy to make her look too young the way the model's mouth is designed. I don't remember if Cake's original model had them, but her current one definitely has full lips. And to make sure that's noticed and pronounced, I keep thinking I might want to adjust where the hands are. I don't want to accidentally cover too much of her face, you know. Depending on what's going on with that call, I need to respond to. I might have to end the stream early, but we'll see. I'll go ahead and draw the face and then head in its entirety for now, and then adjust for when I decide where those hands are gonna go. Just a little too pronounced. Thin them out, make the face a little longer. Down just a touch. Some of these details may not be that necessary. Don't care. It's gonna help me get a better feel on where I want things to be. As I slowly fix the initial sketch and clean everything up. Hey, Doc Mortimer, how's it going? Tonight we are drawing a character that I drew about a year or so ago. But said character has gotten a redesign lately, so I'm gonna go ahead and take advantage and take that opportunity to draw the redesign. Said individual actually retweeted the original illustration I did, and it reminded me that I never did draw the current version, so I was like, I should fix that. The problem is that the redesign has a lot of aspects that I am not too familiar with, which makes it really easy to mess things up. Which is why I'm actually going to go the extra mile and basically draw a much more refined sketch after everything. I mean, I had everything set up, but then the cleanup. This is a challenge? Yeah, it was definitely a challenge. I was gonna just go ahead and start doing the lines already, but then I thought the original cleanup sketch was not clean enough, it'll be worth it. Because this will give me a little extra opportunity to really refine the things that I started to notice. Because there are certain aspects that I noticed from the initial sketch just didn't look right. And instead of forcing it, might as well just go ahead and fix it now. The big challenge, however, is this part here with the hands. Not exactly a hand position I've ever tried drawing before, so this is gonna be tricky, but we'll get it. Might have to redraw it a few times, but I got time. Just to be on the safe side, I'm actually going to block these out instead of just trying to draw the fingers as they are. Block them out just to be on the safe side, and just erase any excess lines once I'm satisfied. Drawing hands, always a challenge no matter how many times you've drawn them. Also notice that she has gloves on too, so gotta be careful. Make this sketch a little darker so I can see it. At least we know how to draw hands on like AI. You right. You right. And for those who don't know how to draw hands, you could definitely learn them faster than the AI can. Just a little closer. To make sure that thumb can reach. be a bit of extra adjustment here to make sure everything fits properly, but no, we will be able to handle. I am gonna have to readjust some of the clothing. Shouldn't be too much though. Oh damn. Oh damn. That's not good. Dark Mortimer, I apologize. I'm trying something new with stream elements. Unfortunately, moderation is still a little janky. My apologies. If I've deleted by the moderators. Okay, that was not okay. Give me just a second. I'm gonna have to adjust the moderate. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna head into the and I'm gonna adjust the moderation right now because that was not okay. Adjust the settings. I've gone ahead and undid the filters for now, and I'll work on those later. I don't know why, I have no idea why in the world it is. Let's see. It says timed out for 300 seconds. Reason: message too long. Your messages were not too long. I don't know what you were gonna say. Your messages were not too long. Oh, hold on a second. Speaking of characters / costume updates, Ribband informed me that he cut a sheet and updated her ring gear, so I might have to start over on that drawing again. Why in the world did Stream Elements think that was too long? Ridiculous. That was nowhere near too long of a comment. Ridiculous. Yeah, okay. My apologies again, brother. We're going to adjust that. Message too long. My penis is too long. Cut it out. Yeah, after the 300 seconds, you should be fine. I turned off the filter, so hopefully Stream Elements doesn't do that again. Absolute nonsense. But let's get back to the illustration. Absolute stupid. 5-minute timeout. Piss off. In addition to bringing in Streamlabs, I want to. The reason I even have Streamlabs is to help with moderating because earlier during the last stream we had 2 bots coming in here with this silly advertisement crap. Shima was able to show me how to properly boot those bots. Unfortunately, in my attempt to kind of automate some of that, we unfortunately have that stupid nonsense. But I'm going to look into Stream Elements and see how I can properly adjust what is seen as too message too long. Stupid. But on top of that, I also want to get back to having some actual alerts for when you guys show up and whatnot. And also want to flex my creativity muscles again. And so, as I posted on social media, I've also been making like alerts. We've currently got 3 active right now. I've got an alert for whenever we have a new follower. Hopefully that'll show up. If we ever do get another follower, that will show up. If we have if we get a new subscriber, I got one for that. But the one I spent the most work on, even though it will likely not happen anytime soon, is one for it should, in the event we should get raided. And the reason why that one I spent so much time working on that one is solely because I just wanted to make an Evangelion reference. And they had some really cool visuals in Neon Genesis Evangelion, especially when just there's always some danger happening. There's always something going on. If it's not an angel attack, it's their weapons running out of power or what have you. There you are. Welcome back. Sorry again, man. I'm going to delve deeper into the actual moderation part so that this thing does not boot someone for something so silly. Stream Elements doesn't need to be trying to decide what's too long. I'll decide when the message is too long. It wasn't, by the way. Thankfully, even though one version of the chat on my OBS deletes your comments, the comments still show up on the Twitch stream, so I can still catch what you said. Another friend has been having trouble with Streamlabs lately. Yeah, I actually dropped Streamlabs from the get-go because of just the fact that it just tanked my original computer. It cooked the crap out of it, and I couldn't properly stream. I mean, my computer was already getting older as it was, like it was kind of on its last legs, but Streamlabs didn't help at all. So what I'm actually using is Stream Elements, which thankfully didn't take too much to set up. I was originally going to go with Nightbot, but I wasn't entirely sure on how to properly make alerts with that. And the alerts themselves, I think, came out alright. The dimensions are a little squished, but I think we got something good. Problem is obviously this moderator part, and unfortunately, one of the things I want to do with the chatbot that helps moderate these things is I was going to give it a custom name to, for the sake of the stream. Unfortunately, it seems like all these recent versions of these programs and chatbots completely remove the ability to give a custom chatbot name. Even though there are some people that have the option. I actually emailed them to ask what was up with that. Why don't I have that option? Apparently, they've set it up now so that the only ones who are allowed to customize their own chatbot are the people who participate in sponsorships. And while I do have 2 sponsorship opportunities available right off the jump, maybe I'm one of those people who just doesn't want to freaking do that. You ever consider that? You ever consider maybe I don't want to deal with any sponsorships for any products that I don't indulge in? I wouldn't want to promote something that I would never, use. I don't even know what these things are. Out of all the things that shouldn't be so confusing to me but still are, it's these space boots. Mainly because the references I have for these shoes are really, really tough to see. It's almost all the same color, so I can barely see anything, especially with this one eye. Seam these together. I think there's a button here somewhere. Something like this. Something like that. And a little bit of the boot on the other side. Sponsor has a clause where you have to say positive things, but bro, I would not be able to say positive things about something unless I actually was a fan of it. All the more reason for me to not accept any of these random sponsorship ideas. Yeah, you're gonna get an if I do have a sponsor or whatnot, if I do a sponsorship, it's going to be pure honesty. Which will most likely ensure that I don't get another sponsorship ever again, but whatever. It's the price they pay for not having good products, if that's the case. If it's a good product, then I'd actually endorse it, of course, but got a feeling that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Ooh. Sketching out some space Daisy Dukes. Let's add a few folds here. Accidentally erase something, so I'm going to go ahead and add a mask here and just erase from the mask. this sketch is almost done. I just need to add the gloves, which I completely forgot about. Fingerless gloves. But they have these straps over here on the forearms. Exactly how they're supposed to go, but these are a little cheeky. You have to take a little bit of creative liberty here just to make sure this at least looks somewhat plausible. There's a little detail why Cyrus needs to have fingerless gloves in M1K. Honestly, have no idea what they could possibly. I think they've already canceled everything they were going to do for any extra DLC for M1K, but I am curious as to where in the world they thought they were going to go. They put themselves in a position where they, I think, kind of shot themselves in the foot. There's not a lot they could really go. There was not a lot left where they could go. Oh, I see where I see where these connect. Something like this. And now these gloves are starting to make a little bit more sense. Slightest clue what in the world it is. It looks like she's got like little packages or little mail bags on these gloves. From what I heard, Harley Quinn might have been the guest character for Pack 3 before getting scrapped. I'm not surprised. They did have Joker in Mortal Kombat 11. And I think Cassandra Cage had a Harley-esque costume. That along with Noob dressing like the Batman who laughs. Yeah, I remember that one too. I'll admit, I thought that was a pretty sick design. If only the mask could actually move a little bit. Then again, it seems like if it's one thing NetherRealm really wanted to focus on, it's all the guest characters and all that. They put a lot of detail in those. If only they put that kind of attention and appreciation and passion into the characters that are supposed to be there. guess they just don't want to piss off the people who lend out their characters, but at the same time, a little bit of consistency would be nice. Oh yeah. Man, I'm still not over how thoroughly they went and butchered characters like Nitara, and the one that actually pisses me off even more than that is what they did with Havoc. That is not the original cleric Havoc. They went and took freaking Dairo from the Order Realm and just made him a rebel, and then he becomes the new Havoc. It made no sense. It's like they just changed. I don't know where they would come like, don't even call him Havoc. Yeah, he's and don't, because he's totally not cleric Havoc. He's just Dairo. He's just a pissed off Dairo for some reason. And then they have the nerve to have a version that looks like Deception Havoc in the freaking DLC in the background of a trailer. I don't think they actually kept him in the actual like cinematic. I think this will work. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start the lines, block out the colors, and then we'll take a break. I'm gonna adjust this on my phone. See if it's alright. All I remember Daily Lines Quan Chi killing Daily Lines Lime. Quote Sub-Zero, such wasted potential. Now what to use? I think I'll use for the lines. I think I'll use my Figma pen. See how that looks. Yeah, we can do this. Switch the eraser to hard, so we can cut that out quickly. I do appreciate that they gave Li Mei something to do. Unlike freaking Mortal Kombat 10, where she was basically just stuck at the sidelines. The idea of her having a motif of like fireworks is also pretty cool. But unfortunately, I think several of these characters were kind of stuck with a character arc that, once fulfilled, kind of kills off the character. Like once they've fulfilled the one thing we see, it's like they're not going to have much left to do for the story. It's like if the story actually continued past the original DLC, I see a lot of characters being forced to be sidelined because it's not like they have anything else to do. I mean, they'll fight, of course, but at that point, we're not really gonna care if they win or lose. And it's just unless you select them in the final chapter, yeah. I'm still kind of it's still a face palm worthy situation. Like, don't get me wrong, the idea of getting to play like an uber powerful like timekeeper version of one of these characters, not a bad idea. I refuse to call them Titans because the NetherRealm's desperately trying to add too much Greek mythology in here, and the idea that Titans are just better than the gods, I don't think so. But timekeepers, I'll call them that because they're the ones who keep the hourglass. It's cool to see all these different variations, including the weird amalgamations in the final battle. But at the end of the day, it ultimately meant nothing. They're all just alternate universe alternate universe characters that we'll never see again. But it does bring to mind something that really annoys me with the story. The very fact that there was a good guy version of the Deadly Alliance. In the final chapter, you get to see a version of Shang Tsung who's actually on your side before Timekeeper Shang Tsung takes his soul. So we have a good time serpent and a bad time serpent, and you expect me to believe that Liu Kang, with eons of time on his hands, rewriting history, couldn't just set it up so that Shang Tsung was on their side the whole time? Was he that petty? A Shaolin monk was going to be that petty that he was going to give Shang Tsung a meaningless life in the outworld and just hope that he would never delve into sorcery? That kind of fumble just encourages me to almost want to. I mean, people like Phaelus would use the term on Raiden. I use the term on the Elder Gods, but I'm about to use the term on Lord Liu Kang in a minute because now that I think about it, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. God of useless. He had all that time to prevent a lot of situations, and all he had to do was what happened in Shang Tsung's ending in Mortal Kombat 9. Give him a legitimate reason to be on the side of the good guys. Shoot, Mortal Kombat Deception shows that he would have had a chance to train with Bo' Rai Cho, I think, and actually represent Earthrealm in the tournament had he not entered the Outworld and aligned himself with Shao Kahn. That would have been an interesting situation. And he could have set it up so that Shang Tsung was what it could have been. It could have been a trio instead of a duo. It didn't just have to be Raiden and Kung Lao. Shang Tsung, like Kung Lao, could have been the arrogant one, who has delusions of grandeur, but he still had a little bit of control. Shang Tsung could have been so super ambitious he would be tempted to join the dark side, and then Raiden could be the good guy to make sure both of them stay in line. Simple. Same goes with Quan Chi, but Liu Kang drops into the monster. He just let his pettiness get the better of him. So unbecoming. This might be one of the reasons why Garrus thought it was a good idea to keep certain powers away from him, because he just wasn't ready. I guess I guess his anger during the time of Mortal Kombat 2 really got to him. I mean, in Mortal Kombat 1, he wouldn't kill you even with his fatality move. But by the time of Mortal Kombat 2, all bets were off. I guess seeing the massacre of the Shaolin just really screwed him up. If I were to give him the benefit of the doubt. Not working. Honestly, Kung Lao should have been the one that wants to kill Shang Tsung throughout the series. I agree. I absolutely agree. Especially since Shang Tsung got the soul of his damn ancestor. Which honestly makes his Mortal Kombat 9 ending make zero sense. Because how in the world was that version of Kung Lao supposed to be the the descendant of the great Kung Lao? Around that time, the great Kung Lao already had his soul taken by Shang Tsung, so there's no way that would have. And here we go. Possible benefit monitoring. Possible band evader monitoring. Having to do freaking stream elements' job, but whatever. Get that out of the way. Now I made a. Now here's something that it kind of annoys me. Like, here's something that I was working on for a while now. I've been learning how to. I've been making off with Shadow Realm you go. One thing I was trying to do, earlier before I started doing this video, I've been trying to do some. I made a material so I can do like circles like this. The problem is those circles are way too thin. But if I try doing the outline feature, they still don't come out right. It's a real bummer. So unfortunately, I'm kind of stuck doing a lot of copy paste here. But after I do this illustration, I'm gonna work on fixing that material so that way I could just make these seamless circles. So I don't have to keep doing this because this is ridiculous. I was able to make a seamless pattern somewhere else earlier for another character's outfit. They had a lacy trim on their, like, the top of their shirt, this frill. I wanted to make sure that looked right because I'd never seen a frill like that before. So I was able to at least get that. But I don't know how I messed up on just making a simple circle seamless. I mean, I know exactly what I did wrong. I made it too thin. But I didn't know it was going to be that thin. Alright. But let me stop rambling about my mess ups. Shadow Realm, some folks at work, I start to notice them speaking more and more about Yu-Gi-Oh. I think one of these days I'll pick up one of the one of the video versions and see what I've been missing, because I am way behind on learning any of the newer cards. I had to make a brick wall with some rough look to it so I could reuse it again for a background. I have done that. I've done something similar. It's something I've been practicing a lot with when it comes to 3D. Like, as you, if you, I'm pretty sure you've seen it in some of my most recent tweets, like for my most recent like alerts. My new follower one with just a pile of rocks. I actually learned how to make a rough like ground texture recently, so that I could apply it to rock-like formations like that. In my background here for streaming, that's the texture I'm using. Man, it can be so headache-inducing trying to make one of those textures, but man, it is relieving once you actually have it, because then you can just reuse it anywhere. It's awesome. It's the making it part that's a headache. Boy, where the hell did you go? There you go. Draw a line, doesn't even have to come out. There you go. I appreciate it. I haven't done any like legitimate 3D animation in a while, but it is fun to learn new things. That's also how I learned how to do that fire effect. Started by just trying to make a simple like 2D fire, or like a 2D flame, and decided to make a version that's blue to replicate the souls. Basically, I wanted to. I was originally going to replicate the alert that I did way back when I had a version when I made that GIF file of Sachiko holding a soul and watching it go glowing from blue to red. But I figured, not quite sure how to make that work, and I haven't really illustrated something to make that fit, but I thought this works for the whole rock bottom motif. So you can imagine like the new follower is someone else who fell down here, except they just died. We all float here. Yeah, I had to redo this mouth a couple of times because it was originally going to be a little thinner, but then I took a closer look and I was like, what was I thinking? Cakeroll here has full lips, and her VTuber model has straight up lipstick. So I'm gonna have to put some extra mass on it. Wait a minute, real quick. Have you actually ever seen Have you seen the Rebuild series of Evangelion films? I was thinking about those those alerts I made, and one of them was obviously based off of Evangelion, and you haven't. I'll tell you, like, it's obviously not the same as what we saw in the original Neon Genesis. It's okay, but and I don't know if you're ever going to actually check out the films, but I'm just gonna say, no matter what they did with the ending, I kind of feel like there was no way everyone was gonna be satisfied. Because the way just the Evangelion series has been over the past like 20 plus years, I got a feeling that no matter what happens, not everyone's going to be satisfied. Just the way things are set up. But I will tell you, it was definitely an entertaining. It was definitely an entertaining take. Though I'd still have a few questions on what in the world was going on. I think it's still up in the air on whether or not it's supposed to be a full-on reboot or a potential continuation. I still got questions to this day as to what the hell is going on. And if we do get answers, I hope they don't come from freaking supplementary material like the original series. That's what a fan for your series wants. Hit it with mysteries and then give them homework. Let's bring this up a little bit. Pretty care of the newscast. All right, you take care, man. Don't work too hard. Most employers don't care. And I think about it, I think I might, after this illustration is done, I think I might do what I did last stream, like what I did for Shima's illustration. I might sleep on it, come back to it, and do a little extra last minute editing while off stream, just in case. Like the water effect for Shima's, it did not look that good, so I ended up redoing the whole splash in front. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. might want to adjust some of the direction though when this is done though. Hate second guessing myself, but I want this to look good. It's been a while since I drew the space bear. Back when she wasn't even a space bear, just a bear. I feel like I'm gonna need to add that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to add that sleeve. Where would that be? Right around here. No. There we go. Fingerless, so the cutoff point should be like right around here. There we go. Almost 10 o'clock. There we go again. Straining my neck again. Let me stop. I have this bad habit, man. I have this bad habit of leaning and tilting my head to make sure I got the angle. I need to just take it into consideration. Like, hey, don't move your head. Move the picture. You'll be all right. Oh. Habits are hard to break, man. Good habits, hard to make. Bad habits, hard to break. Especially hard to break. So here's the benefit of cleaning up your sketches. Eliminate the guesswork. Afterwards, it's just kind of connect the dots. Now, if only sketching was as easy as connect the dots. I mean, it can be. It can most certainly be as easy as inking. The trick is being able to picture exactly what you want to draw, exactly how you want to draw it, and then that picture in your mind, imagine it on your canvas. If you can envision what you want to draw on the canvas, it's just a case of connect the dots. It's something so obvious when you think about it, but I never did think about it until I started really watching through some of the drawing processes that Stanley Lau, the art germ, would show on YouTube. I mean, it makes so much sense, but the question is, oof, how much practice would it take to reach that level so that what you envision in your head, you can properly envision in on the canvas. I think the big issue stems from not actually knowing exactly what you want to draw until you start planning and doing a little trial and error. But once you really know what you want to draw, it's probably not that hard. Hence my constant kicking myself, because I'm always second guessing myself. But at the same time, the second guessing, while it may lead me to draw something other than what I originally planned, might lead to something even better than originally planned. Then again, that's probably just me gaslighting myself. That might be just doing mental damage control. And I swear, without the lipstick visible, I swear, this version of Cakeroll that I'm drawing, she reminds me of Raftalia from Rising of the Shield Hero. It's the hair, I think. The hair and just the big old eyes. I still need to finish reading that too. And by reading that, I mean the light novel. Nothing wrong with the manga in and of itself, but there are certain details that you just don't get in the manga. And the light novel is pretty good. Definitely that's my recommendation when it comes to Rising of the Shield Hero. To get the most out of it, I highly recommend checking out the light novel version. One of my favorite scenes in Shield Hero, which they only showed a little bit of in the animated adaptation, was when we're introduced to I think they're called the Rukalu fruits. Being the Shield Hero, Naofumi has high defense. This also includes minor spoilers if you have no idea what I'm talking about. It's not too major, at least not yet. But you can consider it kind of like a little sign of things to come when Naofumi starts to build a reputation as a hero. But while everyone's enjoying the festivities where they were on the boat, Naofumi finds these fruits. They look like grapes, and he just starts like casually snacking on them. I have been drawing on the wrong layer again. Fuck. It's okay. I can fix this. Cut, paste, we're good. Boom. There we go. Where was I? All right. Now for me, while everyone's enjoying the festivity, he notices these fruits that look like grapes, and he just starts casually popping them like grapes. Until finally, someone noticed him, and was like, "Hey, you! What do you think you're doing?" Oh man, this I had to reread this a few times. It was just so funny to me. You can't just eat one of those, you'll die. Oh man, I had no idea what everyone was complaining about. Like, bro, all I did was eat a grape. What's the problem? Pops another one. He just did it again. And finally, someone points out what those are. And even though I am slowly but surely cutting off alcohol to the point where I can finally reach sobriety, I gotta say, that was late. Like, we need fruits like this in this world. Apparently these Rucolu fruits are so potent. You can take a whole barrel of water, drop one of those little fruits in there, and dissolve it, and you'll get alcohol. Like a whole barrel full of wine just from that. Which means the idea of someone being able to eat one of those without immediately dying from alcohol poisoning just blew their freaking minds. Needless to say, nobody else can really do. No human's gonna be able to properly do that. Like, you either aren't human or you're an alpha me. If you can just eat one of those. So if anyone ever wants to accuse him of being an imposter, it's like, that would be like the perfect way to just like, well, there's one way to test him. How strong is your poison tolerance? Got the I've got the little package part here, the little pouch. Yep, there I go again, leaning. Stop. Bring the picture to you. Fix this. So keep forgetting that it kind of curves. Oh, wrong pen. this definitely isn't gonna work. There we go. I am gonna miss not having this kind of free time. Being able to have enough just time on the regular to draw during the week. Not the case nowadays. It's a real pain. That's why I've been wanting to make the most out of what little time I've got. That said, I've also got so many things I've got to work on that's completely unrelated to my illustration work. And I know I'm not the only one in this part of the world who's got to deal with this kind of nonsense. It's getting to the point where everybody is working their ass off just to stay broke. We all have so much to do, so much on our plate, so many responsibilities, and it's like no matter what you do, it never feels like it's enough. There's always that lingering paranoia. That, you know, the paranoia that you wake up the next morning and you get a notification that your bank account is just run dry. And you're wondering what was it from? What was the expense? I thought I was saving money. Are you telling me I'm bleeding money? How? What did I miss? States. It's not getting any better, is it? But with who's in office and with the weird ideas that are being thrown out there, man. Like all the jokes that happened in the past about how everybody seems to be screwed. It's increasingly looking more like it's not fiction. I think TV tropes calls that the funny aneurysm moment. Where you joke about like a traumatic situation and then it actually happens. Now you can't make a joke about it anymore because it's like, ugh. Nah, that actually happened. You're like a psychic or a prophet in the worst way imaginable. Zoom it out and nice. Almost exactly how you want it. There we go, nice and clean. Alright, just a minute. Go ahead and do this real quick. Timing all around tonight. It's okay. It's alright. I think I'll be up until late tonight, I'm sure. If it needs to happen early morning, I'll be able to do that. Jace, here we go. Here we go. It's only been, what, 2.5 hours? And the hunger is already starting to hit me again. I actually had a decent amount of food. A nice warm plate of leftovers. Not my leftovers, but someone's leftovers. hours ago. It's far too early to be hungry again. It might have to do with the fact that I worked out pretty hard this morning. Been trying to up the calisthenics. Trying to beat some personal records of mine. Not just an amount, but also the speed at which I can perform it all. Ooh, wait. Sometimes you don't know how hard you work until like the day, like the end of the day hits you, and you're suddenly either really hungry or you're really tired, or both. I focus on the hunger part because no matter how tired I am, my insomnia says I'm not allowed to sleep. It lets me get work done, but it makes me real nervous whenever I drive. Because what if I fall asleep behind the wheel? Again. Again, I'm hoping that these boots here don't look too bad. Didn't get a decent reference pic of it. But her 2.0 is relatively new, so she doesn't have a lot of fan art. She's got a decent amount. But I tend to get most of my references are based off her actual 3D model. I mean 2D model. If she ever gets a 3D model, I bet it'll look real cool. A little bit of the neck of the shirt. Where's that sleeve? Ah. There you go. close off this gap right here. Separate the hair from that sleeve. There we go. Almost done with the lines. For a second there, I was about to say I'm in the zone with some of these lines, but then the second I think about it, I start messing up. It's like cartoon physics. You're just right off the bridge, and yet you're still in the air running. You're like, Only when you realize that you shouldn't, you're not running on anything, or if you look down, do physics really suddenly kick in again? Don't let the cliche fool you. It's not just not looking down that keeps you from falling. It's the lack of acknowledging it. The moment you realize that you should not be in the air right now, that you should be falling, that's when you fall. I don't know why cartoon physics decides to cartoon physics is like one of the first trolls in the world. You have a false sense of security, and the second you realize, wait a minute, something's not making sense, down you go. Okay, I think that's everything. Start blocking it in. Ooh. Okay. Block it in, but first things first, I want to make sure I got the right colors. Well, I want to go ahead and just get rid of some of the guesswork. So, one of the actual references, when I use the actual character's reference, start blocking stuff in. Because the pen I'm using, hopefully most of this will block in just fine, but this pen can leave some gaps, so I'm gonna have to clean up some of this in a minute. But we can at least block it in for the most part, and it'll look okay. I forgot the lines over here. Boom, boom, boom. forgot I was gonna add the sock. Alright, we can add that here right now. That should be everything. This hair is kind of got some gradients to it, though. Kind of like Byakuren from the Toho project, so this is gonna be a little tricky. As for the eyebrows, pretty dark. Clean lines, make it easy to fill this out. There we go. These eyes are going to be a little bit of a headache. I can calling it right now. She's got a lot of detail in these things. This is the part where it's a little weird because she has several different color schemes for her outfit. So I'm gonna have to mix and match a little bit. This isn't exactly one of the color schemes, but I am gonna change up a little bit. Creative liberty. Yo, big pussy, what's up? Hey, how's it going? Right now, we're just working on the, just blocking in the color flats on this. Then we're gonna block in a little bit of the background, take a quick break, and then we're gonna finish it up. Just kind of going on autopilot right now. Just going, not even thinking. How are you doing this evening? Done. Now comes the tricky part. Now that we got the flats are done, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna start blocking in the back. Found a life hack: sleep during the day, save more time during the night. Finish all my works. It's just chilling, but still sleepy. That's what's up. Alright, what's alright? Some of this is going to be a little bit of guesswork because I'm not entirely sure how to make this, but we shall see. What I'm about to try is making the background is going to be essentially a wormhole, because our character here is a time traveler. So I'm going to take this, make it pretty dark, not pure black, even though space is pretty much dark. What type of time traveler though? Ask her. This is VTuber, CombatCakeroll. Her current 2.0 version of herself is apparently a time traveling space bear. I think what happened is that she was from the future. The future did not turn out too well, so she went back. She has been sent back to the past. Excuse me. Just took a sip of my drink. So what I'm gonna try to do is first things first, I'm gonna start with a little bit of I don't know if that counts. Does it really count as an isekai if you go to the past? Because it's not like it's an alternate world. It's just a different time. Does time travel count as an isekai? Reborn into your past self. You can't really say your past self, because that implies that you reincarnate. That your past self implies there was another version of you in the past. And if you're taking your present self and going to the past before you were even born, I'm not sure of how that's supposed to work. If anything, it's just weird. Well, I'll look up. I'll look up what counts as isekai later. Got some stars here, just to get the basic feel of space. Then we're gonna start adding Does she send back like when she was? No, I think she's the same age. It's not that she traveled. It's not like she reversed her time. She was taken to a she was sent to the to her a different point of time. Blech. Yeah. If same age, it's not an easy guy. Even if it isn't the same age, if you rewind your life, isn't that just redoing it? Again, I'm gonna have to look up what counts as these guy later because some people use the word so vague. It gets to the point where so many different so many different things, so many different genres are counted as isekai. I'm like, hold on a minute, how does that work? Anyway, oof, that is not happening. There we go. This will work. Pretend or reincarnate in a different, strange, or unfamiliar world. Yeah, well, you right there. If it's a different world, that makes sense. But if it's the same world but a different time, I don't see how it counts. Term is also used as transporting someone into an alternative world. Yeah, if it's the exact same world but in a different time, does that really count as a different world? That right there is why I'm gonna look it up later. Because I think we as a people tend to take these terms and just kind of mold them to mean something. Terms change all the time. So if it ends up meaning something different than it used to, I'm not surprised. But these are things that confuse me, so I'll look it up later. The basic feel of space, maybe a little bit of this, and then we're going to see if we can make a wormhole. Since you can change it very easily, butterfly effect. That point, with the butterfly effect, it's gonna get to the point where the real question is, how many freaking does every action you take make a brand new universe? And if that's the case, everyone's being isekai'd everywhere. Okay, here comes the hard part. How am I gonna make this look good? Oof. Not that way. Ah, there we go. We can make this work. Now I just mumble about stuff. Hey, don't mind me. I think out loud every now and again anyway. I ain't judging you. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking one of her like logos and I'm just using that as kind of like the main idea for the color scheme of this thing. Let me take down the colors of the flats real quick. Zoom out. Alright, there we go. Just want to make sure I got everything. Yep. Let's make this a little brighter. going to take the entirety of the background just here. I'm going to add a little bit of extra color with an alter. Save the file real quick before something bad happens. Right. Turn it down a little bit. There we go. So you put a box inside a box. Is the box sticking outside the box or inside the box? Yes. Alright, so we got the flats done and a background that I think will work, though I will add a little bit of extra sparkles here real quick. And then think the box be thinking outside the box is the box himself, so he be thinking outside himself. The fact that the box has the ability to think is what's freaking me out. You know what? One more thing. One, two, three, 4. Five. All right. One more thing to add for this particular. Just want to add a little extra line. If you get drunk enough, they even start to talk. Oh, I'll bet. A little more reasons for me to slowly work my way to sobriety. I'm just gonna make some of these effect lines to make it seem like things are getting sucked in. Or spewed out. There we go. Let's might be a little too strong, so I'm gonna switch the layer. Not bad. Not too bad. Well, okay, it's been about 3 hours right now, and I'm gonna go ahead and get myself some water. So you guys chill for now. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will catch you in just a little bit.